Hello, Maxtortion here with another Legacy Challenge video. Today we're playing the Legacy Challenge on Saturday, August 10th, and we're going to do it with Blue-Black Tempo. That's right, Grief is still legal, Reanimate's still legal, Entomb, all the problematic cards from Rescaminator are legal, all of these guys. And we're not playing them. Why not? Well, the short answer is that the meta has become pretty hostile to that deck, and also, I kind of want to look for what decks are going to be good once Grief gets the axe. So this is a little bit column A, a little bit column B on how I think that things are going to go. This deck actually pairs into Rescaminator quite well. You can see I've got stuff like I've got two main deck Emperor of Bones, which is a really cool main deck graveyard hate piece. It's great against the Rescaminator deck if they have a creature like sitting in the graveyard, which isn't very often. But it's also quite good against stuff like Painter. It's good at recurring value out of your own creatures. It's just a good card in general. This is just a blue-black Delver-ish deck. Doesn't play Delver, but what it does play is it plays the 1-drops of Nethergoyf and Tamiyo, and then it goes into the 2-drops of Psychic Frog, Bowmasters, and Emperor of Bones. Pretty simple, right? We've got Force, Daze, Stifle as a disruption package. We've got Mishra's Bauble, which is pretty good for helping to flip Tamiyo quickly and is an artifact for Nethergoyf. We've got 4 Fatal Push, and a Murderous Cut and a Go for the Throat as our removal spells of choice. And we've got one little Thoughtseize hanging out as an extra disruption spell and an extra sorcery so that Nethergoyf can be as big as possible. Now moving over to the sideboard, it's kind of a hodgepodge of cards. We've got Consigned to Memory for our anti-Eldrazi, anti-colorless spells. We've got Counterbalance, which is kind of like a comes in against combo, and it comes in against decks similar to this one, either the Mirror or like against Grixis Delver. Brazen Borrower is the flex tape of Legacy. You'll see this kind of coming in when you just need generic answers to things or like to bounce a Merit Lage. 2 Force of Negation, kind of as an anti-combo card. Anti-Doomsday, anti-Show and Tell, anti-Control as well. Long Goodbye is kind of like a mono black Abrupt Decay. It's much worse because it can only hit creatures or planeswalkers. But this deck is pretty weak to a flipped Tamiyo. So Long Goodbye and Sheoldred's Edict out of the sideboard are ways that you can answer an opponent's flipped Tamiyo. 2 Barrowgoyfs to add a little bit of extra muscle where you need it. 1 Toxic Deluge, which comes in against Eldrazi. It comes in against like the Ocelot Pride Guide of Souls decks that people have been playing. 2 Nihil Spellbombs, obviously for the graveyard decks, and also good against the Mirror because it can shrink your opponent's Nethergoyfs down to 0/1s. And 1 Engineered Explosives, which is kind of a mix of being good against, the Mirror type decks, but also good against Chalice of the Void. So this is a pretty standard Legacy deck, if we're being completely honest. A lot of the card choices are really up to you, the player. It's most important that you have are playing cards that you have a reason to be playing. Like, I want to play 3 Stifles. If you want to play 2, you want to play 4, you want to play 0, great. If you want to play main deck Nihil Spellbomb, great. If you want to play main deck Barrowgoyf, which I kind of do, I just can't really fit it, great, do that. If you don't want to play Thoughtseize, that's fine. If you want to play 4 Tamiyo, 2 Tamiyo, whatever you want to do within reason for this kind of deck is probably right. Because if you want to do those things, you have a reason for it and you're playing for those game states. So anyway, this is the deck as I want to build it. And let's see how we can do in this challenge. See you for round 1. All right, we're here for round 1. We're against Magic Dads, who is classically on Reanimator, like Fast Reanimator. This hand is pretty fair, to be honest. It's got a Daze, but is that really enough to carry me? I think I can do better. Yeah, this is a lot better. And I think with this hand, I'm going to put away I'll keep the 6, and I'm going to put away either Bauble or Ponder. I can Bauble and leave up Stifle. And I can't Ponder if I do that, and then I kind of want Brainstorm. Maybe I actually put away Brainstorm. Yeah, I think I put away Brainstorm because then I don't risk getting Brainstorm locked if I miss on lands here. Daze plus Stifle is a pretty nice combination because oftentimes your opponent can think they're playing around a Daze by leaving open a uncracked fetch land, but then you've got the Stifle. So let's try that. Let's start off with a Bobble on our opponent as soon as we have priority. Okay, main phase, let's Bobble. Look at opponent's top of the library. Some of that information. So it's a Grief on top. We don't really love to see that, but this is something that we'd be able to daze. It's kind of tough because he already kept the hand without Grief, and so Thoughtseize is a solid draw for us. So my plan is to do some combination of dazing and stifling to prevent Grief from getting access to this hand. So at this point I will float blue and daze the Grief, at which point he's got the option to either pay for it, which he's doing, and then I stifle that. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Lotus Petal. Lotus Petal. Reanimate Grief. So at this point, you could either take the Force or the Thoughtseize. And so I think I just have to let that happen. If he rips the Force, I Thoughtseize. And if he rips the Thoughtseize, I have the Force for the next big thing. I feel like Entomb is the last card in hand. Kind of the way that this hand is shaping up. Because he kept the hand without knowing that there was a Grief, which makes me think that Entomb is the last card in hand, because you wouldn't keep this hand if they had no way to put something in the yard. And so he knows that if he takes the Thoughtseize, and he can safely, have Entomb and make me force pitch Ponder to blow it, and then we're both basically down to nothing. Yeah, so I'm going to Thoughtseize now, and the reason why is because, oh, it's a Thoughtseize. Okay, I was wrong about that. Interesting. But so that when I draw a second land, I can Psychic Frog. I'm really surprised that there was no Entomb. As soon as I get a frog down, though, I'll be feeling pretty good about this. Got a second land here. Brainstorm. Maybe a second land. Oh, good. Got it. Okay, so I think what I do here is I put away both of the cards that could be Thoughtseized out of my hand. And then I play this out and jam another Goyf into play. So now my hand is fully insulated against any discard effect. And then next turn I'm going to play a frog, and then the next turn I'm going to draw 2 cards. Hopefully it's Force plus blue card. We know it's going to be Force plus something. Also worth noting, there's no land in the graveyard. So in a kind of silly way, I think I actually just waste myself here to grow this Nether Goyf into a 4/5. We attack. No blocks. Opponent's got 2 cards and no permanent mana source. Our next card drawn is a Force of Will, and the card after that is TBD. See if he attacks at this point. Still does, okay. Under some illusion of racing. I'm going to deal 5 this next turn. I could deal 6, but I want to hold on to this Force in case I draw a blue card here. I didn't draw a blue card, but I did draw a good card. So I'll play out the Bone Man. I feel like it's worth having in play. Got insurance now. Okay, cool. Up a game. Now to sideboard. So against the mono-black Rescam, or not Rescam, just mono-black Reanimator. Black-red, I saw Molten Collapse. So this is kind of what we're looking at as far as his deck goes. You can see there's the Molten Collapse. So we've got Grief, Atraxa, Archon, Grizzlebrand, Darkrit, Entomb, Faithless Looting. Shallow Grave is worth paying attention to. Then over in the sideboard, we've got Magus of the Moon, Show and Tell, Shieldred, and Fatal Push, Jothy Voidwalker. So a lot of the sideboard is going to come in. And so due to that, we're going to want Spell Bombs, we're going to want Barrowgoyfs, we're going to want Sheoldred's Edict. We might want Long Goodbye, we might want Toxic Deluge, we definitely want Brazen Borrower, definitely want Force of Negation, we definitely want Counterbalance. These are maybes. Okay, let's figure out what's not so exciting. I don't really like the Wastelands here. I think that Nethergoyf is okay. Stifle and Tamiyo are quite good. Go for the Throat's good. Bowmaster is good. Problem with Nethergoyf is all it does is attack and block. So that's not, like, compared to the other threats, like this draws cards, this prevents Grizzlebrand from activating, stuff like that. Now that said, I think that Bowmaster is going to be a cut here because I think it's honestly like getting my Bowmaster reanimated is as much of a risk as not having it would be a boon. And I think I can cut a Mishra's Bauble as my last card. Since I'm kind of another Nethergoyf, so I can trim a Mishra's Bauble, I think that's okay. Submit. Long Goodbye versus Mishra's Bauble is the last consideration, but I think I want one Bauble right now. Okay, this hand's great. Keep. Got all the counter magic I could want. It's got a Polluted Delta, which I can use to try to get a Surveil land, to try to find my second land. It's got a Sheoldred's Edict for when if a creature gets jammed into play. Yeah, I'm not forcing this Grief. I will force the reanimation spell, probably. Maybe, even. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, one force out the window. Fair. I guess you do what you can, right? Getting my forces surgical would be pretty annoying. I don't feel like that's likely to happen, but it would be annoying. Reanimate, okay. I feel like if he doesn't take Edict, then I have an easy out with Edict, so I'll just let this ride. I also want to make sure that I don't lose all my forces to a single discard spell, so having 3 of them is nice. If I go down to 2, then a single discard spell turns off my forces. Okay, so 2 forces are gone. And Sheoldred's Edict is in play. Ponder's quite nice. I think I'm going to ponder off of an Underground Sea. Yeah, I think that's the call here. I was going to do the Surveil land, but this sees more cards. Just like that. Okay, so this is a turn slow, but it does get there. And it does give me also Tamiyo to play on my next turn, which is pretty good. So I'm going to go that way about things. I'll go Barrowgoyf, Sewers, Tamiyo, no shuffle. And so my next turn, I'll go Tamiyo pass in all likelihood. And then the turn following that, I can do some Emperor of Bones or Sheoldred's Edict or what have you. Yeah, Grief is coming in. Second land drop? No, just another Grief. Okay, well, got 3 blue cards now, so what you gonna take? Either Bone Man or Edict, I assume. Okay, another force. That's how this is going to be. And I can't play the Tamiyo. It's not safe to do so. And also, I don't know if I want the Barrowgoyf at this point. Maybe I do, but I think... I don't think so, actually. I think I want to not have the Barrowgoyf because opponents already got a decent reanimation spell, a reanimation target in their Grief. And so I would rather draw, you know, another piece of disruption, another removal spell, something like that. Entomb I cannot interact with because it's my end step, so this Force of Negation doesn't work. That's why all the Force of Wills got ripped out of hand. And there's the Atraxa. So the opponent's got 1 card in hand. So at this point, I'm going to force it, like whatever happens. And then I'm going to jam a Bone Man into play on my opponent's turn and take this Atraxa. Okay. So, hopefully this works. I feel like it should. Oh no, it's a Shallow Grave. Oh, I can beat Shallow Grave. I can Shielders Edict my opponent. So I Shielders Edict them to make them sacrifice a creature right now. This is a little annoying. Don't get me wrong. But they don't get an Atraxa, they get a Grief. So, like, obviously I'd rather not have this happen, but it's still better than the alternative. Okay, they rip the Force Negation. What do I get for my turn? My draw step. Brazen Borrower, okay. Well, opponent's got 2 lands and a bunch of reanimation spells in their deck. Here's hoping they miss on this turn. They did. Fantastic. So we are going to now be able to play the Bone Man. And Tamiyo, actually. Which I'll do. I'm going to do this off of a basic island, why not? Just in case of Magus with the Moon Insurance. Then on combat, I'm going to exile this Atraxa. And then on my next turn, I'll be able to get this Atraxa in play. If I had 4 mana, I'd be able to do it this turn, but it's just... only had 3. An opponent agrees that they'd seen enough because I was going to Atraxa them. Cool. So we got the match 2-0. That was a pretty cool interaction with Shielders Edict and Shallow Grave. Anyway, I'll see you for round 2. All right, we're back for round 2. We're against Munchlax446, who I am pretty confident is going to be on Blue-Black Reanimator. It's the only deck he's been playing for quite some time. He top-8'd last Showcase Challenge, or yeah, the last Showcase Challenge season with the deck. I played against him there. Solid, really good player. I think actually top-8'd this morning with Blue-Black Reanimator, and it looked like this. So 1 main deck Borrower, 1 main deck Fatal Push, 4 Animate Dead, standard land situation. EE consigned to memory. We can get to the sideboard when we get to the sideboard. I think this hand is fine for game 1 on the draw. Basically, I don't want to necessarily mulligan down to particular hate cards because they could just be ripped out of my hand with Grief. And so, like, I don't want to mull to Force because Force isn't that good. Now, opponent is respecting what I do, which is Wasteland and Stifle quite a bit by fetching on main phase, fetching a basic, and pondering. So I think that what I'm going to do on my turn is, since I have 2 Tamiyos, I'm just going to go fetch for an island with the Misty and Tamiyo, because since I have Misty Delta, I have Island Swamp already set up, so I will be as Wasteland proof as possible, and that lets me set. And also, if I lose this Tamiyo for whatever reason, like say it gets dazed, it's not a big deal because I have a backup. And also, now that I drew a Brainstorm, like if for some reason this Tamiyo doesn't survive, it's not a big deal. I can just Brainstorm, like I can Tamiyo plus Brainstorm on my next main phase. Opponent's brainstorming now. And so that doesn't flip my Tamiyo, sadly, but it means that they're probably looking for something. I'm guessing they're looking for, now that I have this Tamiyo in play, I'm guessing they're looking for the actual, like, Entomb Reanimate combo. They're probably trying to skip over the fair aspect of Reanimator. I'm not anticipating seeing too many Psychic Progs or the like. I think this is going to be a combo-heavy turn, combo-heavy game. Grief pitching Archon of Cruelty, so 1 fatty down. Now, that said, I am going to lose 2 cards in my hand. The Brainstorm is very likely going to be taken. And then whatever the second card is, I think, will depend upon what Munchlax has in their hand. Brainstorm is like the obvious card here. First of all, because it like reshapes my hand, but second, because it flips the Tamiyo. I could see just going Brainstorm and Ponder, taking those 2, and just reducing my ability to cantrip. But if they have a cantrip heavy hand, they might want to take Bowmaster. Or they might want to take Bowmaster here and reanimate Bowmaster and prevent me from cantripping. Okay, they're afraid of Stifle. So that might mean that they have an Animate Dead in hand in addition to the Reanimate, which I assume they're fetching right now. Or they know that I could just stifle the Atraxa trigger. Okay, Entomb for Atraxa. In the world's least surprising scenario ever. Drew another Bowmaster, so we attack with Tamiyo. And then we're going to flip Tamiyo. A Brainstorm. Drew a Force, fantastic. I'm going to put away one. Put away the extra Tamiyo, and I think I'll put away a Bowmaster or land on top. I think a Bowmaster on top. I flip Tamiyo here. I plus Tamiyo. And I'm going to do this with the fetch land uncracked because I want to not make it too obvious that I'm like going to fetch a swamp here. Okay, so there's the reanimate. So that will go force pitching Ponder, I believe. Or no, I think I force pitching Frog, strangely enough. Because if Atraxa hits play, Ponder is going to be the way that I get out of this by searching for the right removal spell. And so yeah, that's unfortunately Atraxa is hitting the field now. But it gets to look among these cards and pick some good ones. The good news is Archon of Cruelty is already gone, so I don't need to worry about that. Now I'll see what cards they pick out of these. I'm guessing that Brazen Borrower is going to be the creature because it's the best way that they have to bounce Tamiyo, or to answer Tamiyo outside of like Atraxa attacking it. But right now, what I'm looking for is I'm going to be looking for the Go for the Throat or the Murderer's Cut to get rid of this Tamiyo. Oh, sorry, not get rid of Tamiyo, get rid of Atraxa. I want my Tamiyo. But it remains to be seen what opponent picks. Okay, so opponent has selected Ponder, Polluted Delta, Brainstorm, Brazen Borrower. So they're already using the Ponder, so Polluted Delta. So these three cards are the ones that and they played the Delta and they're doing the Ponder. So Brainstorm and Borrower are the ones that are still unknown. Okay, so on end step, instead of fetching basic Swamp, they shuffled with Ponder, which is kind of nice. So I think they're looking for more forces. I am going to fetch an Undercity Sewers. I'm just trying to maximize my searching. Wasteland does not do anything here for me. Netherglyph does not do much either. Let's Ponder, try to find Murderer's Cut. Fantastic. So 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. And then I'm going to I think I'm going to start by returning the Stifle. Because of this Brazen Borrower in my opponent's hand, I don't want to go too deep into getting plusing Tamiyo. So I'm going to put Stifle back in my hand now. So that if this gets reanimated again, I can stifle that. And then I will Murderous Cut the Atraxa. So land, 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 and I think the instant I'm going to pick is the Brainstorm. Or Yeah. We get Skirt River tracks, so yeah. Land, 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 brainstorm. And if this goes away, which hopefully it does, hopefully yep, Atraxa is gone. So at this point, I'm going to leave up this Stifle and not jam out the Netherglyph quite yet, because I would much rather not get this thing reanimated again. So they surveil here. I'm letting them do this because, again, the Stifle has a target. It has Atraxa as its target. I do not intend to use this Stifle, except to stifle the Atraxa Grand Unifier ability. And it's nice also that I have Murderous Cut in my graveyard, because that means if I am able to activate Tamiyo again, I can bring that back to my hand. Okay, so here we go. Animate Dead. It enters the battlefield. And now this trigger. I stifle this trigger. So I assume they found some sort of answer to this since my Stifle is face up. But I have to use it. Yeah, they have a daze. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have to play my card there. Unfortunately. Not stifling is definitely not what I want to do. If I had an extra blue card in hand, I could have gotten Force of Will as my protection, and played around days, but because I didn't have another blue card, I had to get the Stifle. So now they have a choice of a lot of things to get, including Animate Dead, because that's the only enchantment, but they have Reanimate as their, I guess, only sorcery. So Reanimate, Animate Dead. I know about these. Daze might be an option, Fatal Push. Do they go for Grief or do they go for Troll or Psychic Frog? Who's to say? Okay, so opponent chose Reanimate, Animate Dead, Psychic Frog, Fatal Push, Underground Sea. So these dazes are not selected. Psychic Frog has already been used. Fatal Push, Reanimate, Animate Dead. Yep, the Frog is in play. Okay, so now I need to... Oh, this one's a little bit too little too late. But we do play another Glyph. At the very minimum, it forces my opponent to respect it to some degree. I mean, what's going to happen now is Atraxa's just going to attack down Tamiyo at the bare minimum. But I hope that I can leverage some actual power out of all of this. Let's see, they could Animate Dead a Grief, at which point I'd stifle the Animate Dead trigger. Do they attack with Frog? They do. So they're going to have to discard something to the Frog to be able to use it and to have it deal damage. Because right now it's a 0/2 thanks to Tamiyo's plus ability. They've given it flying, which I'm not going to stifle because they could keep doing that. Yeah, Trax is taking down Tamiyo, and the Frog is going for me. They put a counter on it by discarding Brainstorm. And now at this point, I think I'm going to throw this Bowmaster into my opponent's Fatal Push, because... Oh, okay, so I forced them to Brainstorm, but I think I didn't know they had a second, although they have so many cards in hand, I figured they might. I'm trying to get this out of the way. I'm going to need to fight through my opponent's spells in order to win this game. And that's not going to be trivial at all. There's no point going for this frog because they'll always be able to pump it beyond the damage. I'm much more likely to be able to somehow, like, sneak through a lethal than the other way around. Fortunately, Tamiyo is dead now. Frog is drawing a card. They're up to 7 cards in hand to my 1, and they have a pretty superior board state. This is going to be a hard one to win. Trax is very powerful when it's been animated twice. Animate dead on my Bowmaster, which is not unsurprising. So machine gun down my Orc army. And now I drew a fresh Tamiyo, which is kind of nice. I don't know how much it does, but something. I'm just in this to kind of stress test my opponent. There are technically draws I could have to win this. It's not likely, and it probably involves my opponent misplaying. But I want to see if I can't sneak one out here. It's another psychic frog. I'm in trouble. A petty theft my Tamiyo? Sure. Very petty of you. Reanimate grief, huh? I'll stifle the ETV trigger here, because at the very minimum it prevents my opponent from making the choice of which card to take. I get to choose. It turns off my ability to crack the clue, but I think that's worthwhile. Okay, I'm dead now, so what's going to happen is... No, never mind. My opponent only is 9 damage to present. Although, my god, they're presenting it. Okay. Big frog, big Atraxa. Okay, I am in trouble. But this is just game 1. Another psychic frog. Now I've got them. Okay, I'm not going to reveal the Bone Man. I will concede. Okay, so game 2. So cards that I want Brazen Borrower. I want my Spell Bombs. I want Long Goodbye. I want Children's Edict. I want my Barrowgoyfs. I probably want Counterbalance. I'm not entirely sure, but I definitely want these 8. I don't really want the Wastelands, and I don't really want the Forces. So these are the cards that are most suspect to me. Nethergoyf is okay. Solid, I guess. Baubles are eh. Thoughtseize is probably pretty good because I get to know what my opponent's working with. So this is 7 cards right here. I think I can probably cut 1 bauble. And do I want Counterbalance or a second bauble more? That's the question. I think I want Counterbalance more. I think I'm going to run it like this for being on the play game 2. On the draw for game 3, hopefully we get there. I might bring in a couple forces for like 1 days and the Counterbalance, something like that. But this is how I want to run this game here. Let's defeat Munchlax. Two games in a row in order to win the match 2-1. 1 game at a time. Okay, on the play for game 2. Easy keep. It's got answers to creatures. It's got Stifle Daze. I'm going to lead on Underground Sea here. It does look a little suspicious stifle-wise, but it's less suspicious than like fetching and passing. The opponent's not fetching because of fear of stifle. So I'm going to continue to leverage. I'm going to play an Underground Sea here, and then on end step, I'm going to fetch for the Surveil land under City Sewers. Okay, yeah, I'm stifling that. Surveil land for under City Sewers is still my plan. So end step here, now they have an opportunity to fetch where I can't stifle them. See if they use it. I'm going to double threat now. So Frog first, because Frog is more important. And then I'll play another Goyf potentially into a Daze. No Daze. So if I Daze now, would I return Undercity Sewers or Underground Sea? That's the question. Probably the Sewers. I don't have any library manipulation right now. And so getting more fetch lands is good. Yeah, well, nothing I can do about Troll Cycle. Now, if they bring Troll into play, I'm in pretty good shape due to the Shieldred's Edict. Like if they animate Dead, well, if they animate Dead, I might Daze it first. Yeah, I'm gonna Daze this one. And if they fight back, then at least I can follow up with the Shieldred's Edict. Okay, so they force that. Troll is in. Okay, so let's see if I can now Edict it. I think I will do the Edict first so that I know whether or not it has resolved when I make my sewer decision. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Okay, it's gone. Now I get to Surveil, and I do not want the Underground Sea. Then I attack. Okay, drew a Stifle. Solid. Now we'll see what opponent does. Now I'm just reacting. Okay. The Dark has betrayed my Frog. And blue mana is being spent from my opponent to cycle another Troll. Okay. For Sewers. Okay, so at this point, the most likely course of action here is I'm going to play Spellbomb and actually crack it so that I can get an artifact into my graveyard. Not anymore, no. Now I'm going to do Frog things. Because Frog has the higher upside. I can always crack and draw on a future turn. And also there's no point opening up like some sort of Entomb Reanimate BS if I get myself in trouble. One blue mana. EE for one. Okay, so if they pass into my turn, then I could stifle the activation. They have not done that, so we exile their graveyard. I cannot pay the mana to draw a card, but it's okay. Nether Goyf is down. Of course, I can bring it back from the graveyard. But let's first attack with the Frog and draw a card, see what we find. This swamp actually makes it pretty desirable to do the Nether Goyf thing. So instant land creature artifact is 4 types. And Nether Goyf is back in play. Now I'm holding up a Stifle, which I can't do too much with, but I do have it. Okay, so now I think I'm going to stifle my opponent's grief here because I don't want, there's no point letting them see what I've got going on. Barrowglyph. Now that's a draw. Okay. So I'm going to exile one. No, let's see here. I don't want to do that because I could discard both Fatal Pushes to have the frog beat the grief in combat. Yeah, I think so. I'll just attack. And if I do need to exile both Fatal Pushes to have frog beat grief, then that's what I'm going to do. Or discard both Fatal Pushes. I think I might be saying exile repeatedly on accident. So now I have frog superiority, grief is gone, and Barrowglyph is in. So at this point, I'm in a pretty commanding position in this game. Opponent's pondering, which you love to see when they have like one more turn to survive. I do have lethal on board, 8 damage. No, 9 damage now because there's a sorcery in the yard. And this small amount of lag means that I have one game too. Okay. So on the draw, I think I don't want 1 daze and 1 counterbalance, and I do want to bring in 2 forces. Thoughtseize does still seem like it's worth it. They still haven't seen Emperor of Bones, which is pretty nice for me, if I can surprise them with that. Yeah, this looks like a solid game 3. And deck configuration, blah, blah, blah. Let's run it. Okay, we're here on the draw for game 3 with a very solid hand. We will keep it. Okay, so Surveil opening is probably pretty good for me. Force into the yard, okay. Maybe they're looking for lands. I'm going to find out what this Thoughtseize. Okay, Grief, Animate Dead, Daze. No Wasteland. I guess I take the Animate Dead. And I basically just accept that I'm going to get wasted here. And I'm going to have to ponder into something or stifle to stay alive. So I get wasted here for sure, yep. Okay, so now that I have 2 ponders, I think ponder number 1 is the way to go. So no Animate Dead, no, that's it. Okay, so go for the throat, Swamp, Tameo. Yeah. I think that is a pretty good coverage here. There's one thing I will not name that a second copy of would really, really hurt right now. But it didn't happen, which is great. Okay. So since the opponent has a daze, I think I play Swamp and now I ponder looking for a 3rd land. Didn't find it, so I will shuffle this. Found the 3rd land, and now I'm going to try to play around these dazes as aggressively as I can. Which means taking things slow. Opponent has 6 cards in hand. I mean, so do I, but you know. I only know 3, but this is not the extent of their hand. They have more than this. I would really like to get this Emperor of Bones into play. But in order to do that, I have to survive this turn undisrupted, which is not going to be easy. Opponent's thinking about their options. Okay, so they're griefing, pitching a dismember. I could force this, but I don't want to have to fight that side of this. I would much rather force the reanimation spell. So that way I can, so I feel like Emperor Bones is going to get taken here, which will be sad, but that way I'm at least like somewhat insulated against this double daze business. You're going to take Forest or Bone Man. Or Dazed, really? Okay. I guess they must have like an animate dead right now. That's what that means to me. Yep, it's animate dead. So at this point I could force it and then I get double dazed. And then I lose either Tameo or Bone Man. I mean, I guess. That's them back on so many lands to double daze me here that maybe it goes through. Like, if they double daze me, it's pretty bad for them. And I will play whichever creature they let me keep. Not pay for the second daze, as expected. Now Grief has hit the field. And either the Bone Man or Tameo will be taken. Not sure which one they will take, but it is their choice. So now in their hand they have UC and Sewers. I made a quick note of in the text box or in the chat box just so that I can track their cards. They've got a hard choice here, so I don't blame them for thinking on it. My choice is easy. It's I play whichever creature they give me. They have given me the Bone Man. Okay. They're replaying the Sewers. I have not used an Undercity Sewers yet. I'm going to play out this Pluto Delta just so that I have access to a Surveil. I will eat my own Tameo here. If I draw a Brainstorm, I might even be able to get her into play, which would be pretty cool. Because the Finality counter exiles her, but she also exiles herself, so the replacement effect doesn't apply. Yep, I take this. Wasteland. Okay, not too concerned about that. Sewers. Don't want more land. I did say I didn't want more land, but the game disagreed. I think I played this out. I'll just attack for 2. Let's get rid of my opponent's Force of Will. So I could attack with Tamiyo here and just get a clue from it. Is that worth it? I win the race quite a lot. Quite a bit more. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So I get the Tamiyo here. Just for now. And I get a clue token, so I draw a card through all of this, which is really why I'm doing it. I just think we're in a low resource game to the point where trying to high roll this Tamiyo is not worth it. But just getting the known value is better for me. So now I've got a clue token lying around, which we love to see. And yeah, I'm gonna keep this begin combat stop on with as long as I have Bone Man in play, because it's too likely for me to click through my combat phase. Oh, I drew the Brainstorm, of course. That's okay. Go for the throat is really nice here, so I'll put these two frogs on top. Or no, I think I'll put a go for the throat on top. And I'll play the frog. So at this point I will eat my opponent's animate dead. No, I'll eat their days. I think if I draw a Barrowgoyf, I'm going to want that size. So we attack here. Crunch for 4. Now this frog is in. And now on top of my library. Okay, so they have a troll. So they must have another way to animate it. But I do have a go for the throat, which I have saved wisely, so I could get rid of that troll. They got a frog. Okay. That's not that scary to me. Feeling pretty good again about this board state. And because my graveyard is much larger than theirs, I'm going to force both of our things to fly. So I'll go Underground Sea, Delta, just make this thing fly. And force this sort of interaction. Get rid of their troll. Which now they could make their frog fly, which is fine by me. Now I attack. These two. And they block, okay. I will let that pass as is. I'll see if they discard to pump. If they do, then I get to go for the throat. I do. Now I get to kill the frog after they discard a card. Or yeah, because I have a frog on top, so I don't want to waste that. So yeah, go for the throat on the frog. Now they've taken 4, they're at 7. And I'm in a pretty commanding position, I think. I have a frog on top of my library. I have a clue I can crack, and I have a 4/4 that's beating down pretty hard. Okay, start combat. Attacking? No, the attacking is over. I will exile, ponder, days, Thoughtseize to give this flying. Then I'll attack for... This would be lethal. I do potentially have lethal right now. If I crack this clue and discard this frog, I think that walks too hard into a removal spell when I am in such a commanding position in a normal game. Yep, well there's the removal spell, so at least I didn't walk into it. Opponent's now at 3 life, and I will play another Psychic Frog. Okay. On my opponent's end step, I'm going to crack this clue token. Time has come. Okay. Oh, easy. So I think I'm going to brainstorm first. No reason not to. Found another Bone Man and stuff too. But I think I'd rather have Fatal Push and... Yes, I'll put Bone Man on top. And then I'll Murderous Cut. And I'll do Ponder, Brainstorm, kind of like that. We'll see if this is enough for a concession. GG, it is. Great. The Bone Man beats Rescaminator. Cool, we're 2-0. I'll see you all for round 3. Okay, we're back for round 3 against an opponent with a wide variety of decks that they play. Looks like they took a few months break though, but yeah, they play a lot of different decks. They have Mulligan to 6. This has a Force, and a lot of their decks are combo, so I'm keeping it. Okay, so how will this go? Basic Island, Ponder. I don't know why, but I'm getting Ad Nauseam Tendrils or Omnitel vibes from this island choice and ponder choice. This island has combo vibes. Hey, second force is nice. Now let's find some lands. Found land and found a daze, so go ponder, land, daze, no shuffle. And the reason why we're doing that is to insulate our hand as much as possible against the potential turn 2 something or other. We have now 2 forces and a daze. Psychic Frog. Well, no, we just daze or... Yeah, I guess it daze it. Because if they fight back, then I can then just play Fatal Push. Like, the daze goes bad eventually. The Fatal Push does not. So now I'm going to play this Misty. Maybe they're on Rescaminator. And I'm wrong about the vibes. Okay, that's my new guess. So given the fact that I have a handful of frogs, and I'm going to want to jam one of them into, like, just use all my mana, I'm just going to Fatal Push here. And if this gets countered, then it gets countered. Yep, so I could force back. But I think that what I would rather do is just play my own frog. Because I will win the frog battle. The Bone Man is good, but I think I want frog first. Because frog can block frog. Another daze. Now I have to fight that. And I think I have to force pitching a frog or a force? That's the question. I think pitching a frog, because I have a lot of ways to use my mana. And the good news is I do have multiple frogs going on, and I have 2 lands in play to their 0. Now that said, I have 3 cards in hand to their 5. So yeah, I can't block their frog here. I have to just let it connect. But on my turn, I will start going ham with the Bone Man, I believe. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bobble, look at my opponent's top card before I go too far into this. It's a Tameo, okay. So they might just be on like the fair mirror here. So for them to prevent me from getting this Psychic Frog out of the deal, they're going to have to give their frog flying now, which exiles all 3 of these cards, or exiles 3 cards, and so that's a trade that I'm willing to make. They might just be stopping to admire the Emperor of Bones. The Bone Man cometh. Okay, so the Bone Man has successfully infiltrated the battlefield. And we've successfully exiled their frog. And we attack with our frog. And yeah. Drew a Wasteland. I've not played a land yet for turn, so I can play that land. With Emperor of Bones in play, having extra mana at my disposal is useful. Drew a Brainstorm too, so now I have another Force Pitch that isn't my Psychic Frog. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so we're on Delver. Ooh, that's annoying. I think I forced this. Because I can use my Emperor Bones to neuter their graveyard. Yeah. They've given Frog flying. Okay. It flies. Draws them a card. Drew a Daze of my own. Okay, so if Tameo blocks Frog, do I pitch these 2 cards to it? Probably. So I think what I do here is yeah, I'm gonna get their frog into play. And now going to eat their Ponder, why not? And attack with the team. I'm very likely going to Wasteland after combat. I just want to see what I'm drawing first. Okay, so yeah, they're blocking their own frog, which I'm not that concerned with. Our damage has connected. I drew an extra land, which I can pitch. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep this land as a frog pitch. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Feeling okay about where we are. Not amazing, but okay. It's just kind of a weird race scenario. But at least I have a daze also. Yeah, they're coming in. They're investigating. They're drawing a card with the frog. So they're probably, if they have any cantrip, it's pretty easy to flip Tamiyo here. Like if they have a ponder or whatever, they can just flip their Tamiyo. Just like that. Ponder flips the Tamiyo. And that means that I'm going to be spending this turn killing their Tamiyo, as opposed to just dealing them damage. And I do have days to protect my stuff. This will deal 3, and then if I discard the land to this frog, it'll deal a 4th point of damage. And I'll let myself draw a card with frog first. So, go to combat. We'll use the Bone Man to eat this ponder. We'll send both. Okay, something's happening. Excitement. What's happening? It's a bolt on here. I'm just going to discard 2 cards and not sweat it. As far as like a daze goes or whatever. Oh, they're trying to get delirium for an unholy heat? That's what I'm reading right now. Yes, they have delirium now. And so I can float blue. Daze that. And I will. Great. Unfortunately, I'm already in start combat, so I can't ponder. Let's see. Attacking. Trying to make sure I don't miss my attacker step. Okay, moving right along. Attacker step. At Tamiyo. Then I will discard my Underground Sea. That way I can use the Verdant Catacombs as a means to card select with this ponder. Tamiyo is gone. I draw a card. I will play this out. I'm going to be looking for a removal spell for their frog. That is not that, so I'll shuffle. Found another Bone Man, which is solid. But just not what I need at the moment. On the end step, I can do another, I can search this sewers with this. Okay, so now they are going in for the frog beats. Another frog, another frog. Okay, so now I will get a sewers. Looking for removal. Found removal. Okay, so I think that I'm going to give this little guy flying. And then I'll eat creature out of the yard. Attack with both. See if they block. Block in here. They're going to dump their hand to eat the Bone Man. Because if they do, then once they pitch their last card, I will kill their frog. Okay, so this is going to go really poorly for them. So now their frog is dead. This frog connects, so I draw a card. Stifle, which is generally pretty good. But now I can play my own other frog. And I'll be able to win the frog battle, I think. At the very least, I'll make them do it. Crack in the clue. Okay, so now we both have two. So they would win the frog battle if we pitch everything. Do I want to play that game? We both pitch 2 cards. Hmm. Kinda do. We both pitch 2 cards. Then... No, I don't. I'm just going to let this connect, and then I draw a ton of cards in my turn. And I have Stifle for future card draw, or whatever. So I could, if I play Bone Man, use Bone Man, could I push anything through? I know what I could do. Okay, so if I play the Bone Man, I can eat their Tamiya with the Bone Man. Yeah. Let's see who. This one is my new Bone Man. So this one's on Tamiya. It's going to be my blocker. And then this one's going to be on that frog. So they could activate their frog now. They did. So now I could attack with these guys. I think I'm instead going to leave this frog back just to block. Or, yeah, leave little frog back to block. Draw a card. Go for the throat is really convenient. Okay. So I think I want to do that on their upkeep. Although I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I just do it now. It just forces them to have more stuff. Yeah, so they're tied up in mana now as opposed to earlier, or as opposed to having to use their brainstorm mana or whatever, like last on my end step. So this is better. Tense game. But the Bone Man is doing work. Bone's thinking, and they don't see a solution, so they're conceding. Okay, so for Grixis Delver, my gut says I want to cut. My gut says I want to cut like 2 forests, 2 days, something like that. Can bring in Long Goodbye, EE, Edict, Barrogoyf, Counterbalance. Don't really want Thoughtseize. Emperor Bone's a little clunky, but like solid, like we saw last game. This is where Netherglyphs are really good. I could cut a couple wastelands, a wasteland. Just like, it's pretty much a colorless land in the matchup. Maybe I cut the counterbalance on the draw. I'm going to be too behind on board. Stifle's also kind of eh. Maybe I keep the wasteland just as like a straight up mana source. And I trim down to 2 stifles. I could also trim the stifles entirely on the draw. In this matchup, they're like they only counter like wastelands and fetch lands and stuff. That means I could keep all the dazes. I could bring in the borrowers at that point. Yeah, let's try that. Flex tape go. Cool. Okay. On the draw for game 2. Here we go. This hand is super solid. It's little land light, but it's got Bobble, Land, Daze, Netherglyph, which is really the like for getting a big threat into play, this is about as good as I can get. See what they find here. Ponder, okay, so maybe they're looking for lands. They shuffled. If I draw a wasteland, I'm just going to use it. Okay, so I drew a snow-covered island. I think I still want to leverage my days. So I will play this Netherglyph, and then I will Bobble. I'm going to do it with an Underground Sea instead of a basic swamp, just so that I have access to days. Misty on top, so if they needed lands, they found it. I'll turn off that stop since I'm no longer worrying about skipping my attack step with the Bone Man. That's that Misty. Tamio, okay. So I think because I don't have an instant in the yard, I'm just going to go for the throat Tamio now. Because if they brainstorm or something in response, I can daze. Or honestly, I could just like attack it. So they brainstorm in response to flip Tamio, and then I just attack Tamio. Seems better than dazing it. Just using the combat step to my advantage here. So I did it first main. So Tamio flips. Then Tamio goes down. Long live Tamio. Okay. Now I'd really like to draw my own Tamio. Sadly, I got my UC wastelanded, and this can't fetch a swamp. Okay, brainstorm. So now they're looking for stuff. Maybe they're looking for unholy heat. Whoa, bobbling. Bobbling, bobbling, bobbling. They have bobbles on bobbles. Drawing one card now. I drew a long goodbye, which is pretty nice. I'm going to brainstorm. Found my own bobble, which will not grow my goif, but I now have basically a shoulder covered. Or sorry, a Murktide covered. I'll put away one Daze and the Mishra's Bauble. I will attack with my 3/4 Nethergoyf. And then I'll, without any other info, I'll use this to get an Undercity Sewers on my opponent's end step and do some surveilling. Okay, so far so good. Now they're looking at my top card, which I won't be drawing, so it's not a big deal. But they may as well look at it, since they don't want to look at their own. They're drawing that anyway, regardless. Now, what do we have here? Murktide, okay. This is where Sheoldred's Edict will come into play. The sewers. I don't want the land. Okay, I think I Edict now. I'm not reading a Daze in their stuff. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. I think they have a Pyroblast. Not a Daze. Oh, shoot. Famous last words, huh? Okay, well, I must have just drawn it. I really didn't feel like they had the Daze there. This is a rough little sequence for me. Another Murktide? Jeez. Okay. I'm going to draw Murderous Cut. Stat. Long Goodbye is not looking good. Nor is this game looking long. Fatal Push, you are not the removal spell I need right now. Murderous Cut. Fatal Push and Bone Man, I'm putting you away. I'm gonna get an Underground Sea here and no, I'm dead. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna ponder just because it might look like I have Snuff Out in my deck or something. I will concede. I'm dead to 12 damage in the air. Okay. Okay, so I don't think I want the forces for game 3. I want Stifles again and Daze. I don't really think I want EE either. Can put 2 Stifles back in, yeah. I think that the lesson from that game is that I need to be more careful with my go for the throat and like murderous cut and stuff like that. My hard answers to Murktide, and not use them for things that don't have the right targets. Okay. This game I'm just going to try to beat down. Nethergoyf and me. One little Nethergoyf. And I'll play a second one. And attack. Now these guys are going to grow pretty quickly. Or not. Well, that's unfortunate. I was aware of that being a potential thing that could have happened. I could have gone Island Ponder on my second turn. But I didn't really think they had the second Wasteland. Obviously, I was wrong. Okay, so now I just need to draw a land. Ah. Like, I could still go the distance here. Although I think that might not be happening. If they have 2 removal spells, I'm just SOL. It's not a removal spell, that's just a DRC. That's a removal spell, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Well, I can't daze it because I don't have any lands. This worked out just about as badly as it could have. But still, if I draw an Underground Sea here, then I can just push the DRC. Okay, so let's bobble. What do they get? Another land. I'd like more lands. Oh boy. I need, not Wasteland. I need colored sources of mana. It's really unfortunate for me. A frog. So now I need to draw an Underground Sea so I can push the frog. Okay, so I'm going to leave this Wasteland up so I can play around days. I'm not going to waste them. I'm just going to keep it so that my mana base can beat days. Oh, this was unfortunate. Getting Delvered here. Could still draw an Underground Sea. I'd maybe be in it. Maybe. I don't think I'm in it anymore. I think this Tamiyo flip is too much. Tamiyo flip plus they're both delirious. Yeah, I don't really have a chance. That's a bummer. Feeling good about this hand too. Just the double Wasteland was too much. Ah. Alright, GG's opponent. 2-1. Felt like a pretty high variance game though. Alright, I'll see you all for round 4. Alright, we're back for round 4. We're against Jumba, who is Live an Eldrazi player. We're on the draw. I think I'm going to keep this hand. Turn one threat that I can make reasonably large. Okay, they're on Tron stuff. That change what I do? I don't know. I think since I have a daze, I'm just going to go Nethergoyf. So they're probably on like the post deck. Yeah, there's Planar Nexus. At this point I want to find a Wasteland. Or mana. What's happening? Okay, Kozilek's command around a daze. Found a new Nethergoyf. And a Bowmaster. I don't necessarily think I want that. Maybe I want the Nethergoyf. I think I accept the Nethergoyf. And then, yeah, fetch up an Underground Sea here. Then hope to find a Wasteland in the next turns. Yeah, can't daze it. Or could, but shouldn't. What do they get? Ensnaring Bridge or something? Yep, Ensnaring Bridge. And this one also would play through days. So we'll Brainstorm first. Ooh, these are great cards. Okay, so put those away. Let's attack Karn, the Nethergoyf. What's happening now? Okay, well, I'm dazing that because it seems pretty free to do. And then in second main, I will Thoughtseize them. Probably take Ensnaring Bridge, but we'll see. Okay, it's Myco Spawn or Ensnaring Bridge. I think I take Ensnaring Bridge and I stifle the trigger off of Myco Spawn. Or it's just take Myco Spawn and force the bridge. No, but I'd rather them tap out this turn. I think that's how I'm most likely going to be able to kill this Karn. Yeah, I want them to tap out, so I'm gonna take the bridge here. And I'll stifle the Myco Spawn trigger. So it's Wasteland, Myco, and Caracas. That's the cards I know about. So for me, the most valuable thing to get would be another blue source. Okay, so they're trying to double spell. I don't want them to have this land, so I'm going to stifle it. Okay. So now what? Now what do you do with this so-called Karn? Karn down, finding something good. Lattice, okay. Playing Lattice, they believe they have board superiority. So I will attack Karn first to make them chump block Mecha Spawn. And then on upkeep, I will Bowmaster the Karn away. I want to do it before they can plus. Kill it now. Goodbye, Karn. Never liked you anyway. Okay, we're all artifacts. And colorless, so force doesn't work anymore. But Wasteland does. 1, 2, 3. No shuffle. Waste. Kill the Nexus. And all of a sudden my opponent is on much less mana than they were before. So yeah, force doesn't work anymore because everything is colorless. So if I can find a fetch land with this brainstorm, that would be great. Kinda did, I found a ponder. So we'll ponder first since we've already drawn 3 cards. Emperor of Bones. Do I want the Bone Man? I think I'd rather have like Wasteland and stuff, so I'll go any other order, yeah. Okay. Play Tamiyo. Then it's crunch time. They'll bounce it, but it does at least use their mana. Okay. So now we have them on a 2-turn clock. Vexing Bauble is right on time. Bowmaster gets another trigger. I will Bowmaster main phase also just to increase the amount of damage output I have. Eye of Ugin has been played. I don't have a creature in the yard. Could double Tamiyo. Not yet. I think I'd rather Bowmaster. I can tie up their mana with the Tamiyo, with still playing a Tamiyo. I deal 7 now. Then I play a Tamiyo. Okay. They Caracas it back to hand. Good form. What's next? They found the Nexus. Oh my god. What's happening? The Kozilek's command? No. It was a bluff. Okay, that's pretty funny. Wow, that was by the skin of my teeth. Okay, so let's look up this deck. to make sure we have their sideboard correct. So this is the kind of deck that we're looking at here. Get a sense of it. Maybe this is not quite right. But anyway, I want my Force of Negations, I want my Brazen Borrowers, I want my Consigns to Memory. I think I definitely want Children's Edict for Karn. I think I might want Barrogoyf, just as a big beater. Don't think I want Bowmaster or go for the Throat. Don't think Emperor of Bones does all that much. I don't think Fatal Push is very good either. I'll keep Murderous Cut, Children's Edict as my removal spells. And Stifle's good, Tamiyo's good, Nethergorf's good, Day's Force. Yeah, this seems reasonable. EE would actually be a reasonable call. But already submitted. Okay, this hand's great. It's got Force in it. It's got a solid Nethergorf. It gets big with the bobble. I think that I'm going to bobble my opponent here. I could have bobbled myself before playing a land. I just kind of made a mistake. Myco Spawn. It's good to know about. Likely where my Stifle is going to get pointed. Another Nethergorf is pretty good. Glimmer Post, yep. Opponent now has 3 mana. Dismember is totally fine with me. Disruptor Flute is also fine. Probably gonna name Wasteland. Which I don't have, but since it's naming it, I'm guaranteed to draw it right now. And nope, missed. I didn't draw my Wasteland. How unlucky. That's a joke. That is normally how those things work, though. I think I play Nethergorf and pass this turn and hold up Stifle for the Myco Spawn. So it's double triggering, so I'll let it hit my land and counter the one that gets them a land. Yeah, because I don't mind losing my land all that much. I think that's okay. Then I can ponder and make this a 5/6. And I drew a land. Let's ponder first. Barrogoyf, Brainstorm, Ponder. I'll keep the Brainstorm so I can Tamiyo Brainstorm next turn. I'll attack with this Barrogoyf. Let it barrow on down. Play the Tamiyo. And then next turn I'll Brainstorm to flip it. Maze of Ith. Okay, well, attack with both. Make them use the maze. Because also when I have Stifle, I'd be attacking, so I don't want this to be a big tell. But also I get a clue token, so, you know, worth it. Brainstorm. Put away Frog and... Or not, maybe not put away Frog, I don't know. Feels good to have a wall of counter magic. I'm just going to put these on top. I'm not going to fetch them away necessarily. But now I can at least hold up Tamiyo. I can hold up all sorts of defense. Vexing Bubble is a little annoying, but not a huge deal. Ultimately, it only stops my force of will. I guess because of that, maybe I do fetch this and draw with the clue. Okay. I'll ponder for another land. My plan is to ultimate Tamiyo here. Found the land. 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. Do that. Tamiyo to 6. I'm actually not all that interested in offering the trade. Like, of damage for Tamiyo loyalty, I'd rather much rather like just force Tamiyo to 8. Okay, so they've decided that they've done away with Vexing Bauble, which opens up my hand really nicely. Now I have a Force Negation and a Force of Will. So I'll hardcast Force Negation first. 1, 2, 3. And then I have Force of Will for the One Ring. And Sign to Memory was the perfect draw. Literally could not have been better. I'm going to leave up all the mana because I can, if like my opponent goes for something with a cast trigger and the spell itself, I can counter both. Instead, I'm just countering a Karn. And that's game. Tamiyo Ultimates, I draw 19 cards, and winning is trivial. Opponent knows that too. And we won the match. Opponent's seeing what happens if they draw 19 cards. It's a lot closer. Cool. We're 3-1. I'll see you all for round 5. Alright, here we are for round 5. We're against Quake. On the play, I will... This is good against fair decks. I think I'll keep it. Not sure what my opponent's on. So, hopefully, Threat Wasteland removal spell is relevant. Okay, opponent kept 6. Underground Sea, Nethergoyf. 0, 1. Nether a power. Single toughness. Vexing Bauble is in. Fetch land was actually a kind of nice draw here. I'll fetch and I'm going to get a Undercity Sewers. See if I can't grow this Glyph a little larger. I can. But I could also use this Ponder to ponder next turn. That seems like a better use of my mana. Or slash better use of the Ponder. So I'll attack with this Nethergoyf for 1 this turn. And then next turn I'll have the Ponder as well. Opponent has clung to dust my land. Okay, they're stuck on lands. I'm getting Doomsday vibes over here. Ponder. Horse Day's Murderer's Cut, huh? Given that they're stuck on lands, I kind of like it. I couldn't push and then daze because it counters itself. And I think I shuffle it. Bowmaster, now we're talking. So I'm not going to show the Wasteland yet. I'm gonna play out the Bowmaster. And attack in with my 2 little Netherglyphs. And then next turn, if my opponent still is missing on land, then I will Wasteland myself. Or Wasteland my own Wasteland, yeah. Just to grow this stuff. Oh, I drew a land, so I don't have to worry about that aspect. I think I Fatal Push my Orc army. That grows the Glyphs. And then if my opponent cantrips with the Vexing Bauble, my army comes back. Also, they cantrip with the Bauble, and I can crack the cycle on the Glyphs, then I'm in good shape. Okay. This is not what I expected it to be. Here's a Veteran Explorer. Okay, so do I play a Bone Man and Fatal Push first? How do I handle this? I play out the Bone Man. Then I will I could push the Veteran Explorer so I can attack the Bowmaster. But I don't know if that matters. Maybe I just go in there with the Bowmaster anyway. If they trade, that's fine for me. I'll try that. Okay. Yeah, I'll get a Swamp out of my deck. And it gets 2 lands. And now let's see what will happen. Children's Edict, I'll sacrifice one of my Netherglyphs. Cracking the Bauble to draw a card. Okay. On my turn, I can either get a Netherglyph swinging in with the Bone Man or a Bowmaster. Green Suns for 1. Another Veteran Explorer. A Grist. If they minus Grist, I will Fatal Push the Veteran Explorer. Yep, minus Grist, I will Fatal Push the Veteran Explorer. So now they get 2 lands, 2 basics. I will decline because I don't have any more. Okay, so they still get to do it. They could flash into Bowmaster. Kind of rude, but their prerogative. I think they have to hit my Bone Man or they are in big trouble. Now I understand what I'm playing against. Green-black Nic Fit. And the Bone Man has been hit. Stifle's a solid draw. My second main, I'll bring back another Goyf. So another Goyf doing 1, 2, 3, and I'll do sorcery, land, instant, creature. And I can still wasteland myself. Now at this point I need to figure out whether or not I'm going to cut this trigger as a blocker. I think so. I think that this represents 1 blocker. And I need to opponent needs to couple together 2 blockers or 2 removal spells. And so stifling that is one way around that. Now granted, it looks like there's a huge green sun or something coming. Oh, Witherbloom. I getting comboed. Equals 5, huh? What's happening? Gargaroth, huh? Yikes. Okay. Well, this sure has turned around in a negative way for me. I guess I don't attack because I'd rather not trade here because this can attack and get stuff back out of it. Yikes. Okay. This game really slipped away from me because I didn't know it was happening. Now I do. All lands can tap for any color and lose all other abilities. Grist is gristing. Its attacks I would double block so they didn't attack. Yeah, I'll play another Goyf. And I'll just hang back. I don't like my spot at all in this game. But I think I'm going to be able to position myself decently well for the post board. Okay. I lose another Goyf. And now opponent's going to take me off another Nether Goyf. Means that now they can attack with their Gargaroth, which is quite bad for me. And as you can see, these are only 3/4, which means that there's no way I can Bring them back out. Yikes. And a Vexing Bauble for good measure. Okay. I'll concede here. Okay, so Nic Fit, huh? Green, black, Nic Fit with Witherbloom stuff. So Spellbomb is good against Veteran Explorer because you can crack it in response to the death trigger. I don't think I want Wastelands. I do think I want Barrowglyphs. Long Goodbye seems good against like Grist. Brazen Borrower seems great. I'm gonna cut the 2 dazes and the baubles as a kind of hedge against all the Vexing Bauble stuff. Cut a Force of Negation, or have a Force of Negation over a daze? Nah. I'm on the play. Maybe I cut a couple Fatal Pushes because they're not that good against Veteran Explorer. Keep the dazes right now. Let's try that. I'm on the play. On the draw, I think dazes are coming out. Oh, no lands here. 1 land here, it's fine. Keep it. Bottom 1 of the forces. And lead on Tamiyo. It is funny that if my opponent plays a Veteran Explorer, I'm actually like just as grateful. That looks more like a Fatal Push for my opponent. Okay. Oh, Tamiyo's attacking, so that's nice. I mean, it's not perfect, but we do what we can. Basic Forest, I presume, yep. Nothing yet. Abrupt Decay? I'll attack first because they might be afraid of me brainstorming in response. Not that afraid. Okay, Tamiyo down. Second main, I'll ponder. And I need a land, so I'm going to shuffle this up. Not a land. It is a threat. Okay, third land is in play for my opponent. Second land is in play for yours truly. I think that they're holding up a removal spell, and so I think I'd rather just pass with mana up and make them use their mana inefficiently. Because I can end step a Bowmaster. Okay, Witherbloom is in. I'm going to flash in a Bowmaster. And then I'll Fatal Push the Witherbloom Apprentice and play another Glyph. And I have a land. Fatal push there. Attack. And then play the Netherglyph. Okay. This is looking reasonable. Of course, kind of how I felt last game before things all fell apart. What do they have with 5 cards in hand and not casting spells? I guess I'll find out. Thoughtsy is a U opponent. Holy crap. Okay, Dead of Winter. -X or X number of snow permanents. That's 1, 2, 3. And from the Catacombs, which has Escape 5. So I guess I take... Well, the answer is what's in their yard. I take from the Catacombs. And then I crunch. Okay. They can double Dead of Winter me now. But I'm not all too worried about that. It kills the Bowmasters, so I can always bring back Netherglyph. Yep. Do it again. Yep. Dead. Flash in the Bowmaster. Keep the beats coming. Murderous Cut isn't quite what I want to draw. Let's draw a clue. Spellbomb is solid. That I will be playing. It prevents them from using their From the Catacombs. And now I'm not too worried about this last Dead of Winter, just wiping my Bowmaster. Like, that's fine, I think. I just let that happen. If they try to animate any of my creatures, that's cool, because I will Brazen Borrower it back to my hand. They've also created the initiative in this game. Yeah, I can... It's good for me. So I could bounce it back to my hand, but I think I'd actually rather kill it. So I can hold up Force of Will. I'll do 2 mana Murderous Cut. So I'll kill Netherglyph, and I'll do instant, creature, sorcery, 2 mana. And I attack for 2. I get the initiative. play this Swampy Swamp. Play out Nethergoyf. I can actually make it a 5/6 at will with this Nihil Spellbomb. So even if they play land and then Dead of Winter, this Goyf will survive it. I cannot see this mattering since I have Spellbomb as well. They've played their 5th thing. So I'll do it now. Let it happen. Draw another Borrower, that's great. Okay, so now another Goyf survives. Veteran Explorer triggers, which is fine. I'll get myself an island. And now I can answer whatever is about to happen. Like whatever this is, I force it. Yeah. I don't really care to find out, so I'll just force it. It's probably a Grist. Okay, tied up the match. Dead of Winter, huh? Well, I've confirmed that Fatal Push isn't really something I want. I do want Children's Edict for the piles of Planeswalkers. I kind of forgot about that. I think I want Force of Negations quite a bit. I don't really want Bowmasters. They just kind of die to the sweepers. EE versus another Bowmaster. I think I'm going to play the EE just so I can blow up Vexing Baubles and stuff. Let's try that on the draw. And game 3. Okay, all in all, I'm pretty happy with this hand. I'll keep it. The forces are good. The Thoughtseize is pretty solid insurance. Is Veteran Explorer? Okay, I'm okay with that. I think that kind of helps both of us for right now. And I'll get an Underground Sea and Thoughtseize as my opponent. Okay, Bowmaster, Pernicious Deed, Shieldred's Edict. I'll take the Edict because my plan is to ride this Barragorge to victory. And then I just won't cantrip into this Bowmaster. And they'll probably force the Pernicious Deed unless I can find a Stifle. Opponent going to kill their own Veteran Explorer? They are. Okay. It will also get 2 lands. And land. Okay, so at this point I do have double force. But I want to see if I can't find a Stifle. Basically, I can kind of freely ponder here because like 1 damage in a 2 orc army doesn't really matter. So I'm going to do that. Okay, these are great. Tameo, Bones, and Frog are all really nice. How do I sequence this? I think I can get... Hmm. I think I don't want to crack because I want to draw all these cards. And so because of that, I play the Frog this turn. Play that Frog. I think I play a land, even though this is not obvious. I'm trying to figure out, like, I think I can just ditch the other land to pump Frog if I need to. But I do want to just, like, play one out. Okay. Opponent's drawing a card. Looking for removal. Playing the deed. Don't really want them to have a deed. Do I? I think no, I don't. Because I'm going to draw Tameo as a backup blue card for this Force of Will. So I can play the Bone Man. I can exile 3 cards, land, sorcery, instant. I can eat the Veteran Explorer, then attack my Frog. Then I'm going to draw Tameo, play Barrowgoyf. Don't really care where they point this, okay. Now that I have Barrowgoyf, I do want to keep the card types in Yard big. I forgot about that when I ate the Veteran Explorer. There's no creature anymore because I did that. Now I could ditch the Tameo with my Frog to grow it, but I don't think I need to. Okay, Dead of Winter, huh? Hard pass. Okay. So there are sorceries in my opponent's yard. I guess I crack this to get a look at the sewers, if there's anything great that I can steal with Bone Man. Children's Edict is that good enough? Do I want that? I don't think I want that. I'll go land, land, land. Okay, then I'm going to, on start combat, I will eat the Dead of Winter out of my opponent's yard. No, I'll eat a land out of my opponent's yard. In case they have loam stuff or whatever. Then I will attack with the team. And if they block my Bone Man, I will adapt it. Okay. That doesn't really matter. I mill cards first. Get another Goyf back. I draw a card. Okay. Kill the Bone Man that way. I will play out this Nether Goyf and I'll end the turn. And this gets exiled. Okay. Now we're looking like we're in decent shape. Vexing Bubble does not matter. Yeah, they're just cantripping to try to find a way out of this. Okay. Soldier's Edict, I sacrifice a creature. Deal, I'll sacrifice another Goyf. Okay, well, 2 Brainstorms isn't quite what I want. Let's give the frog flying, so I'll go instant, instant, sorcery. And then I'll crunch. Turn off that start combat stop now that Bone Man is gone. I need a removal spell for this Bowmaster, though. There we go. Yeah, I will now Murderous Cut over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and days. Now at this point, I think I can Brainstorm. Okay, found another Barrogoyf, found a land. So I'll put this and this. I'm just kind of trying to run through my cantrips right now. While there's no Bowmaster on the field. Okay, this is good. Okay, so I'll put Barrogoyf and I'll put Ponder on top. Play out the land and I'll pass the turn. Okay. Viseju. Big Green Sun. Equals 5, okay. Yeah, well, I do beat that. Bigger. does reach though, so I'm not going to attack with the frog unless I can clear it first. Stifle is probably good. So 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. They could double block this if I, so do I like kind of suicide it in? Let's brainstorm first. Oh, we found Tameo off the brainstorm naturally. The stifle is good. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna not sweat it. I'm just gonna attack with just the Barrowglyph, and if they double block, they double block. And they're chumping. It's good for me. 1, 2, 3. Another Barrowglyph. So now, next turn, I'd be able to hypothetically attack with everything because this is super big. That's annoying. The death touch part of it. Okay, I'm running a little low on time, but not out of it. Definitely not enough to worry about. I think I just attack with the team. And I could stifle this ability, whatever it is. Or I don't. Yeah, I'm just not gonna, well, let's see what they choose. Creating a 3/3 beast. I think I let that happen. Paragraph dealt 6, I mill 6, yeah. I'll get back Bone Man. And then second main, I'll play Bone Man. I'm gonna actually crack this fetch just to make sure that I have enough fetch or a fetchable. I do, okay. 1, 2, 3. Other growth, so I can go land, creature, sorcery, instant. Then I'll play a Tameo. Okay. Looking pretty good. Then on my turn, I can Bone Man back this other Barrowglyph. That should do it. Drawing a card. Not too concerned about the damage, so I'll just take it. Okay. 5 Snowlands. Bowmaster does not matter to me. Another Netherglyph is nice. Okay, so we go combat. I will get my Barrowglyph back. I will activate. Go to attacks. And swing with the team. See how else things are blocking. Okay. Blocks have been lined up. One's drawing a card. Fine by me. I will draw a card as well. I'll play out both Netherglyphs because I can hold up a Stifle for a Pernicious Deed. Okay. As long as I don't time out, I'm okay. Hey. Stifle. Holding that one for a while. That's pretty good. And I will double block now with this Gargaroth. One, two. Okay. That should do it. What a slog. Great. Huh, not the last match. That's funny. Here I was thinking we were definitely the last match to finish, but no. Also, we're 4-1 with really good breakers, so I'm feeling great about top 8. But I'll try to win the last round anyway. See you all for round 6. Alright, here we are for round 6. We're against Connor MCO2. We'll keep it and... Or we'll, I guess, look at the hand. That is pretty weak. But I think I'm going to keep it off the back of Brainstorm. It's got a bunch of removal spells, but it doesn't really have exactly what I need. Hopefully Brainstorm gets us there. See what opponent's playing too. Okay, maybe they're on the mirror, in which case this is actually a solid hand full of removal spells. Yeah. I'll ponder. Found more removal spells and threats, so that's nice. I'm going to put all the removal spells in my hand to make any Thoughtseize effect awkward. I think I want to play Frog before I play Bowmaster. So 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. And at this point, I'm definitely jamming removal spells into Daze, I think. And it's maybe go an Island Swamp here and like playing a threat. Nope. Underground Sea, Ponder. Okay. We're just a bunch of Underground Sea Ponderers. the two of us. They chose not to shuffle. Happy with their choices. I'll play a frog. I would not be surprised if it dies. It didn't. Okay. It might die now, but you know. What's happening? Like a Tamiyo brainstorm situation? Opponent's figuring something out. Okay, so they're on Grixis Delver. So not actually the mirror, but they are playing the deck I lost to in this tournament so far. Well, Fatal Push does answer that. Brainstorm now, free from Bowmasters of my opponents. Put away Force of Will and one Fatal Push. I'll play out this land, and I'm planning to end step a Bowmaster, unless they cantrip first. But we'll see. Okay, another Goyf. Another Goyf. I think I put Fatal Push on top. So my plan now is slightly different. I'm just going to push one Goyf, and then I'll untap, push the other one, and play a frog. Or I don't know if I want to play frog. I don't have anything to discard to save it from a bolt. So I guess I'll wait for Bowmaster. Yeah. Yeah, they can recast one of the nether glyphs, and that's not a big deal to me. I can flash in a Bowmaster now, and then I can surveil. Get that sewers. Stifle is not what I want. Bobble, however, is what I want, I think. Let's look at my opponent's top. Molten Collapse, huh? They're probably going to fetch that away. So I guess I'll play out a frog so I have 2 threats in play. And then I'll just pass the turn. No point activating a daze in my opponent's hand. Come so far beyond that. They have a Bowmaster right now, they can fetch it up. They're going to draw the Molten Collapse? They did, okay. Well, I assume my frog is getting collapsed here. Assume it's the frog. I don't actually know for sure. Yep, it's the frog. No chump block with the army. Look for another fatal push, probably. Force Bobble Wasteland is not quite it. Unfortunate. Okay, so I need to find my own nether glyphs. It's getting annoying. I do have 4 of them somewhere in here. The nether glyphs, what's the odds my opponent has Murktide? Maybe not that high. My opponent does a nether glyph pass. Do I? Oh, just from hand, huh? God, I can't shake the feeling they have like 2 days this. Okay, well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cut the nether glyph. And crunch for 1. I think that the next I actually think I have to force this because I think I'm shutting off their cantripping with my Bowmaster. So I'm going to force this Fatal Push. This draw has been pretty awkward for me. These glyphs keep coming back. Really do with the Bone Man. That'd be nice. Yeah, I think they're playing another glyph now. Murktide. Murktide's bad news. I used both my Murktide answers already. So they are playing Murktide and another glyph. 5/5 Murktide. Another glyph, please. Brainstorm, okay. The first step. There's another glyph. I will play it. Okay, so this is good for me. Because I think I'm winning the race now. That was a mistake of theirs. So I can cast this again. Do it this way so that any land I draw I can still fetch with. So land, instant, sorcery, creature. Okay, I have been dazed. I mean, I knew about it, but it's a free cast. Like, I can keep recasting it. So it doesn't really matter that much to me. Hey, that's nice. 1, 2, 3. So I don't have any lands in my graveyard. I think I was too fast and loose with removing lands. Land's going to recast one of their own Nether Glyphs now and grow the Murktide a little bit. Kind of annoying. We do have a game on our hands at least. They overpaid for it. Very clever. Trying to draw a flying blocker like a Tameo or a Frog, or I'm in big trouble. Found a Tameo. Let's start by attacking at the army. Play my blocker. And 1, 2, 3, and then I'll do sorcery, creature, instant, and artifact, unfortunately, because I don't have any lands. Now I have a bunch of instants in the yard. Oh, that does it. Okay. So let them attack. They figured it out. Okay. Game 2. So I want EE, I want spell bombs because they have the baroglyphs. Probably want toxic deluge. Probably want this whole pile of cards. I don't want these, don't want the Thoughtseize. I want the stifles. I don't think I want stifles. And I kind of want the borrowers, but over what? Maybe I don't want the E and I'll play one borrower instead. Okay. I'm sold on this configuration for game 2. We're on the play. I'll keep it. I'll bobble myself and figure out what I want to do with this fetch land. Opponent's going to 6. Okay, so bobble myself. Land. I don't really want to land. I'm gonna get a sewers, surveil. It would like a ponder. So I'll draw the ponder and pass it to my opponent. Ponder of their own. Let's see here. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. I think I'm gonna play the Bone Man. Get to work on this graveyard. Bone Man is in. Keeping my opponent's graveyard under control seems really important. Ooh, and a Dazable removal spell. Don't mind if I do. Okay. The Ponder. Delta Frog Island. Yeah. Play that, and then I'll eat the Molten Collapse and attack. Okay. Bone Man is doing a good job here. As soon as the opponent plays a threat, I'm gonna kill it and animate it. My Goyf has moltenly collapsed. Now what? Okay. I will swing with their Goyf this turn. So I'm not going to reveal that I have a land. First kill the Goyf. Play the land. Fetch. I'm going to get a basic island here. I just don't want to get like Price of Progress or something for no reason. Not yet. In combat, hit the Barrow Goyf. Activate my Bone Man. Hit for 9. Very cool. Okay, that was a good one. Bone Man putting in work in this challenge. Really impressive magic card. Opponent is finished brainstorming. Plays a third land. The darkness has betrayed my Bone Man. I guess I'll play a frog this turn. I could have also cast another Goyf, but I didn't want to just throw it into a daze for no good reason. If I draw a fourth land, I can nether Goyf around the daze. Okay, frog on frog violence. So I think I don't fight over graveyards because I have a Barrow Goyf in mind. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Petty Theft my frog? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna play Tameo. There was no daze. Okay. Bondaruni. It does feel pretty good right now. Like, I just have to not screw this up, and I can definitely win this game. I have all the tools I need to win. Wasteland, huh? What if I also have a wasteland? So I think I play frog first. And I can attack with Tam? No. No, I think I hold back because of this Brazen Borrower. Yeah, not too worried about that. Borrower's in. Yeah, I really just want to make sure I don't die to a Murktide. I feel like that's the only way I can lose. Is by like blow this, go for the throat, die to a Murktide for no good reason. I'll try not to do that. Opponent's Froggo. Does not concern me. Tamio is actually a really good frog blocker. I wouldn't block the borrower if they attack, because I want to save this go for the throat. But I guess I also have a borrower as a second Murktide answer. Opponent's thinking. It should not attack. They agree. Draw a card here. You good? I hope not. Be a major bummer if they drew a good card. My baseline plan this turn is to get another Goyf into play. I back up Tamio. Also known as a good card to pitch to Frog. I'll play the game, see if they have a removal spell. They did. Okay. Unfortunate. Now I can play another Goyf. Land, instant, sorcery, creature. Done. Okay. So their frog cannot connect because I have Tamio to block. I will not block the borrower though. Murktide? I feel good about being patient with this removal spell. Let's brainstorm to figure out which removal spell to use. I guess I can flip Tamiyo with the brainstorm, so maybe I get the value first. So I go combat, attack, get my figure. Now I brainstorm. Oh, this is nice. Okay, so I'll put Barrowgoyf below, go for the throat. Yeah. And then I'll flip Tamiyo, and then I'm gonna Brazen Borrower, Petty Theft the Murktide. Plus Tamiyo. Okay, here we're looking pretty good. So opponent's burning quite a lot of clock trying to figure out what to do here. They've decided to pitch a bobble to pump their frog so that they can deal a total of 3 damage to Tamiyo. I'll need to do more than that. They'll need to pitch Murktide too if they want to get through this. Okay, they've drawn a card. Tamiyo is still alive, but Murktide can enter play. They're just trying to play around days here. Do I play around days? I don't think so. Alright, I think I do. I go for the throat the Murktide right now. Okay, I've won the game. Very good. And I'm slightly up on time. Okay, so for game 3, I probably won a couple forces. What's a cut? Maybe it's Toxic Deluge. I think that their creatures are too big. They're not like playing DRCs and stuff. They're playing Murktides and Frogs and Nethergoyfs. So I think Toxic Deluge comes out. Could see myself cutting one wasteland for an EE. Wasteland is actually quite good at casting all my, like, all the pips in my spells. Trim down to 1 days, and I'll put an EE in there. I think it's a spell that I'll be able to try to leverage. Keep this. It's got Island Swamp mana. If we like. So I'm going to cast things directly into days. Because I have good threats and I just want to cast them on curve. Do not need my draw step stop anymore. Fatal Push. Okay. Nethergoyf has ne'er done life in itself. Ah, well said. Good job, me. Okay. Let's look at my opponent's top card. Might be a Bowmaster, but we'll see. Or maybe they're just holding a Fatal Push. We'll see. Yep, Dark Betrayal. Okay. I'm glad I got that out of the way. Nethergoyf is, again, good. With 2 Barrowgoyfs, I think I play out one now. Because this land might not stick around too long. Like that. Now I get dazed? No. I just get Barrowgoyfed. Or get my Barrowgoyf into play. Very cool. What's next? A Bauble? Who are you targeting? Self to figure out how to fetch? Good idea. Fetching now. Did not like the card. Okay. Wasteland. My Barrowgoyf is dead. I am sadder for it. I think I will brainstorm. Okay. Kind of want to get rid of my opponent's graveyard right now. So I can say goodbye to a Force of Will and a Barrowgoyf, as weird as that seems, because I don't think this land is sticking around. And I can crack the fetch land. I'm just going to nuke my opponent's yard with the Nethergoyf in there. This might have been a mistake from my opponent. Because now I get the Wasteland too. And I drew a go for the throat. Okay. So time to be a little bit quicker on the play. The clocks are pretty tight and they're running low. DRC. Okay. And F6 the rest of this turn. And see, opponent draws a card. I draw a card. Bone Man. I'm going to play the Bone Man and try to keep this graveyard under control. I'm hitting the instant first to weaken Murktide. I could get Barrowglyph going on my turn, but for that I'd want a free shot. Like, I don't want my opponent to be able to block. Happening Murktide. It was a Murktide, indeed. So I'm going to ponder first. Don't really want these, I want lands. There's a land. Okay, so now I can do Murderous Cut and play Netherglyph. So I'll kill the Murktide. And I'll do land. I have another land in there, so, and then I'll do instant and instant. And then I will begin combat, get rid of that Murktide. Attack. Then I'll play another Netherglyph. I'm feeling good about this game now. Got control of it. The opponent is brainstorming. It's a good way to get back into something. Gets it on top. I will F6. I have no responses. Pretty aware of it. I'd rather just not lose the time, since Emperor of Bones is so time consuming as a card. What are they doing, opponent? What you doing? Thinking hard or hardly thinking? Oh man, okay. It's terrible. Molten Collapse on the Bone Man. His molts have collapsed. Okay. So I guess I'll attack with the Netherglyph and then I'll play a frog. Pretty glad that I have a Go for the Throat that I still haven't used. I feel like the only way I could lose this game is a Murktide, and I have that covered. The opponent has finished brainstorming. Killing my frog. Goodbye, frog. Now they must attack. Unless they play Murktide. Looks like they are. No, they're doing a Dark Betrayal. Feel betrayed. Okay, so I was going to play the Nethergorf from my yard, but since I drew one, I'll just play that instead. Even easier. Now I'm up 2 minutes on clock, so that's good. Not worried about this DRC crashing in. Play the land. Okay, so we draw a card and then we play another Goyf. Petty Theft there. Okay, so I play 2 Nether Goyfs after connecting. Connect for 1. Draw a card. Then I will play 2 Nether Goyfs. One, two, three, and I'll go land, sorcery, instant creature. And another one of those. So I'm out of instants in my yard, but this Go for the Throat is an instant. So I'll be able to grow as I see fit. Okay, opponent has to attack. They're dead here. Or close to it. But I'll draw for turn. What are we drawing? The darkness has betrayed. Okay, so that's a little annoying, but not too bad. Still win because I can go for the throat this DRC. And I can replay the Nether Goyf. Unless I don't want to die to a bolt. So what did I draw? Brainstorm. Okay, well that's good. Let's start with that. Long Goodbye and Tamiyo. Love it. So I can do this, but Go for the Throat on top. I can discard here. Five, six, seven, eight. Not quite. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss lethal. Okay. So now I Long Goodbye here. Play Tamiyo, and I have a blocker for Brazen Borrower. I just don't want to die to some random bullshit. What a tense game for this winning into top 8. I'm probably in with a loss too, but I don't want to be. I'm in it to win it, as they say. So they've already shown me what their draw is, so since I have to go for the throat, I'm just going to take it. And they win. Fantastic. Hey look, and we're second seed, which means that we get to play. So we would have made it in. But we get to play against Grixis Delver yet again. Very cool. See you for top 8. Okay, so we are on the draw for the top 8 against Grixis Delver. Hand's kind of sketched, but I'm going to keep it. They fetch a non-basic and land a threat, I'll bobble them, and then if they don't have a bit land on top, never mind. None of that is relevant. But I can look at my own top of library. And see if I want the card. Yeah, I want a Daze. Daze seems solid. Okay. Attacking. Yep. So now I play a Wasteland. I pass the turn, and in my opponent's upkeep, I'm gonna pop their Underground Sea. Changed it. I'm gonna do it now while they're tap tap. Okay. Keep my opponent off of stuff other than basic island. Eventually I'll find a removal spell for this Tamiyo. I will ponder. Try to find a removal spell for this Tamiyo. Or my own Tamiyo. My own Tamiyo seems really nice. Put it on top, put the force in my hand. Stifle that. They brainstorm or they're dazing? I could force pitch daze on this. But no, I think I'd rather protect my own Tamiyo. Eventually they'll draw lands and stuff. And this way I'm up on stuff. See, they drew a second bulk, so fighting over it would have been really bad for me. This time, however, so I'm going to play Tamiyo, and then I'm just going to immediately brainstorm. They're forcing it. Okay, so I'm just going to force back straight up, force pitch force. Force pitch daze. Force Push days. Since they forced it, I feel like they don't have a removal spell, so I can just jam this. Okay. They find a force. 100 days, I'll pay. Okay, that's great. Let's put away the Force of Will underneath Undercity Sewers. And then I'm not going to use the bauble just yet because I don't want to draw this Force of Will. Okay, what's happening now? Frogs? Froginating? We are froginating. I'll always yield to my Tamiyo trigger. So I will bin this Force of Will. Look at the top of my opponent's library, see what they get. Bauble of their own. Plus Tamiyo. Since my opponent's drawing a bauble, if they don't already have a force, they're not going to draw it. And I'd much rather they have to discard a card to frog to make it connect. Because Tamiyo's plus ability is shrinking it already. They can leap their frog and have to discard a card. And all of that seems great for me. You shuffled with the ponder. Oh no. Heat has been brought. Unholy. Okay, so now they've given it flying. Still have to discard a card, make it deal damage this turn. Yep. Okay, now I will Fatal Push. Now that it has cost you everything. Okay. Draws a card. I'm going to ponder first. That's exactly why. 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. I will attack with Nethergoyf. Then I'll Tameo and Brainstorm. That's why I pondered instead of brainstormed. And we're feeling good. Okay. DRC, okay. Well, Tameo can solve that problem. Not if they Pyroblaster. Okay. Okay, gonna attack with Netherglyph. I think they are gonna Brainstorm now, and I'll... No. Trying to keep themselves alive. Okay. Yep. An interesting game. Let's see here. What's the opponent gonna do? Murktide? Murktide. Oh, it was Murktide. And a Tameo for good measure, of course. Okay, let's go for the Murktide's Throat. Then we'll fetch. Love to draw an Emperor of Bones. Kind of a funny one. I think I keep it. Got a lot of mana to spare. Okay. Ponder on top. Attack with this Netherglyph, and then I'll play the next one. Okay. Okay. Drawing off the clue. I don't have... What don't I have in my yard? No, I have everything. 5/6 Netherglyph is as big as I can get them in this deck. Okay. DRC is attacking. Tameo is also attacking. That means they have a way to flip Tameo. At least that's my interpretation of that. Clue, just drawing a card, huh? Oh, that's how they're flipping Tameo. Okay. That doesn't matter because I still deal lethal. So if that was the line, then that's not going to work for them. Okay, they agree. Okay, so 1 game 1. I'll cut trim forces and days. Don't want this. I decided I don't want stifles. I do want EE. Want long goodbye, want Barrow-Goyf, want the edict. Want the brazen borrowers. Spellbomb, so they're not on Nethergoyf, they're on DRC. I could play a Spellbomb, I could play, so I'm looking between Deluge, Daze, and Spellbomb for this last slot. And Counterbalance technically, but I think it's just too slow on the draw. I think I'm gonna go with the Daze. Okay. I'm gonna keep this one, even though it's a little bit sketch, because this Undercity Sewers does help surveil me. And the hand is really good. Now that said, I'm gonna do an upkeep Wasteland on my opponent. Which is also just like delaying the game a bit and letting me draw more cards and find stuff. Like find lands. Force my opponent to blow an upkeep Brainstorm, which is not the best use of it. And there's a Tameo for them. Hey, that's pretty good. Do I just jam the Fatal Push? I think I do, just because I have a force to back up. Okay, well, it worked. This is maybe an Underground Sea for Frog? No. Double DRC or something? Yikes, okay. I think I've got to force the second DRC. Now I need to find an answer to the first one. First to ponder. I don't think so. I think I need faster answers. Okay, let's surveil. Go for the throat is good enough. Okay. So DRC comes crashing in. And I think I ponder first before I do the go for the throat. Perfect. One, two, three, no shuffle. And then on my opponent's upkeep, I will go for the throat. How's that for a throat? Here's the brainstorm. Just kind of hoping they would end step and I could Bowmaster away, but it was not to be. This is why we're doing things on upkeep, just forcing my opponent to use their mana inefficiently. Days, yep. They draw for turn. They come crashing in with their Darcy. And what's happening now? Frog. Murktide. If it's a Murktide that shuts off this Darcy, which it is, I can Bowmaster now, and then I can Sheoldred's Edict next turn. So we Bowmaster now. Ah. Okay, so it's big again. That didn't work out for me. But I did try. I'm dead though, so I'm just gonna concede. Lethal flying attacker, I'm at 9 life. Okay, I'm gonna cut these forces. Bring in Days. Why don't I bring in Counterbalance? Got the EE. Have a Stifle. And for good measure, 1 Stifle for fun. As a treat. I like 1 Stifle as a treat. Okay. Game 3 on the play. Keep this. I'm just going to go Underground Sea Ponder, start setting up. Opponent's mulling into 6. Probably looking for more lands with this hand. Found it. Also found a Fatal Push, which we like. No shuffle. So given that, do I just... Maybe I still just jam the Frog on 2. They play a threat, I'll push. Okay, I'll push. And then I'll follow up with... Now I'm going to play off of Days Curve. But if they were going to Ponder, I was going to jam on Curve. Kind of keep them on the back foot. What was the next card down? Wasteland. Okay. I'll do it like this. I'm going to fetch an island. I'm going to Sheoldred's Edict. And then I will waste the untapped Volk. Okay, there we go. Just trying to keep their mana a bit constrained here. Not appear to be working. Okay, we can do frog on frog violence. Maybe I brainstorm first. Counterbalance. I like counterbalance. I think I put away the Bowmaster. Let's get the counterbalance in while the board's not too oppressive. Okay, this does get dazed, but now my nether glyphs are extra big. So that's good, I think. If I draw a land, I double frog. If I don't draw land, I ponder then frog. Ponder then make decisions, but maybe frog. Ponder, make decisions, maybe frog. Get blasted, that'd be nice. Okay, go for the throat. It's good. Tamio is nice to find as well. I think I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. I'm gonna hit my opponent's bulk here, and then I just feel like they have a blast, and then second main, I'm gonna do frog shit. Let's see what they draw for turn. Underground Sea. Okay, we nailed this. They have red stuff in hand, for sure. Chose not to shuffle. A little rude. So on my turn, I play Tamio main phase 1, because this is going to be my third card drawn per turn if I connect. It chose to shuffle that time. I think I'm going to go for the frog first. Then I'll play Tamio. And then I connect and I flip Tamio. Okay, that's great. Okay. Good. I have an answer to that already. That said, I do think my opponent has some sort of like Hydro or like Pyroblast in their hand. I'm going to attack with Frog first to draw what I draw, and then I'm probably going to minus Tamio this turn. Just to make sure I get value out of her. So let's sewers first, see what we have on top. Another Tamio. Yeah, that seems good. Then I'll minus this one for our go for the throat. So I have removal completely covered. Whatever they can cast, I can now answer it. And now if they're able to answer this Tamio, I can play a fresh one. Okay. +2. Get attacking. No reason to rush it. Little increments is fine. I actually don't even think I need to brainstorm yet either. I can just be patient. Yeah, so I'm going to daze this, returning my undercity sewers. And we win. Fantastic. On to the top 4. Oh, whoops, I forgot to start recording in the top 4. That's really embarrassing. I'm against Anurag. So far I've played a Nethergoyf, and it's gotten plowed, and we've cantripped a little bit. Sorry about that. Yeah, game 1's just beginning though. You didn't miss much, I promise. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, let's see here. I guess I take the plow. And then ponder. A hedge maze for Anurag. He kept on top. I like daze. I don't really want to go for the throat. I want to see what he has on top. Yeah, I think seeing if it's like a terminus or something is relevant. Let's check. Is this a terminus, Anurag? Would you do that to me? It's a savannah. Okay, so I don't really care about that. So I play another Goyf. Drew another Bowmaster. It's pretty good against this deck as a whole. Okay, so Ura's getting in there. It's a little annoying. The Bone Man can hopefully help a little bit. Misty is known. Sorry, I'm being kind of quiet. It's 1 something a.m., 1:30 a.m. for me. Okay, so let's play the Bone Man. Get to this Uro out of here. Start combat. Hit Uro. Attack with Nethergoyf. We pray for no terminus. Do I commit this Tameo? I think so. I just saw the hand. Has to be a blind terminus, which, I mean, Unrog is more than capable of blind terminusing me, but. Find out. Ooh. Ooh. Saved by the bell. So Leyline Binding is gonna hit one of my things. I don't know which one. Okay, well, Plow is gonna hit some stuff too. Oh no, the beans have begun. At least I have Bowmaster. And I guess I know that I need to Emperor the other Plow ASAP. Tameo's out. Goodbye, Tameo. What do we find? Okay. Okay. I don't want to overcommit into like a terminus or something just yet. Okay. I will do this now though, because this is spot removal. Which means that I get to hit with it. Hit harder. What's you take now? The Bone Man. No bones for the Bone Man. No bones allowed. Okay, so let's try to choose out a win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Still lethal if he forces again, because he draws twice. Cool, we did it. Up a game. Against the control. So, probably don't want Fatal Push. Bone Man was awesome, as per usual. These are the removal spells that I'm most likely to want to cut. Force Negation, Barrowglyph is obviously good. Spell Bomb is good. Maybe EE for like carpets or beanstalks, or maybe I just do counterbalance and ignore spellbomb. No, I need to answer the burrows. Okay. From here, what do I cut? 3 cards that I don't really want. I could assume he's bringing in carpet and cut the daisies. That way I'm not too worried about carpet, I just cut days. Yeah. I don't know if that's right, but I know Anurag loves carpeted flowers. Playing the player. Hey, this hand's great. Hey, there's that carpet. Okay, so gonna add no mana. Good job, Anurag. Guess I'm gonna start it with a 0/1 Nethergoyf. Try to, absorb some removal, maybe. He might like get it while the gun's good. Ooh, there's a white mana. Okay, success. Goodbye, Nethergoyf. Okay, so what's next for me? Do I double creature? Ooh. Honor makes me a little bit worried about double creaturing. Chose not to shuffle. Hmm. I think I just jammed the frog. Okay. And now he has so much mana. Could have fetched a swamp. I didn't think about it. Oh no. Boo. Anurag doing Anurag things here. Okay, like we can check for a terminus before we double jam Nethergoyfs. Not a terminus, it's a meticulous archive. So I can double jam Nethergoyf. And I will. Okay. Hey, Barrowgoyf. Okay, we're goyfing. We goyfing. Okay, yeah, Uro. Need Bone Man. Bone Man, Bone Man, Bone Man. Bone Man. Or Spellbomb. I brought my Spellbombs, right? Yeah, I did. So Spellbomb or Bone Man. No, I think I need Spellbomb or Bone Man. Bowman. I'm gonna play this main phase 1 because if it doesn't resolve, it grows my nether glyphs. Like if it counters it. Thinking. I mean, he does have a force. It's actually good to know. Okay, it resolved. Nice. Yeah. But the only way I'm gonna beat this Uro is just like brute force it. What's happening to me on a rug? Uro? Yeah. My barrowglyph is much smaller now. It has death touch. And lifelink. But mostly death touch. Oh no. Fuck. Solitude. That's gonna get rid of the Barrow Boy. Okay, so Bone Man could grab Solitude if I can be so lucky. Okay, that's bad for me. Mm. We'll take Ponder. And jam this now. Or I can put Yorion in hand. And then just hang back. I think that's the way. It doesn't feel good, but I think that's the way. Get into Bone Man my way into a Solitude here. Yorion's in hand. That part's confirmed. Okay. Not attacking. Yorion ETB. Murktide ETB. Ah, shit. Okay, I cut too much removal. I was unaware of his game here. I'm not going to survive this Murktide. Unless he like does something silly with Yorion and like flickers all this stuff for fun. I don't think he'd do that into my Stifle, but it's like my out, I guess. Okay. Froggy. Okay. No more Froggy. 5/6 is not bigger than 6/6 last time I checked. Forced pitch, Yorion. Yorion is out of here. I didn't bring removal, I don't think, so I think I'm like just dead to this Murktide. But I'll play it through just so that it doesn't look like I cut all my removal. You're gonna bring in a little bit more removal in game 3? Ah, no. Not Force of Will. I could stifle this, but I don't think it's worth it. Oh, I forgot about that part. It might have been worth it. Ah. Okay, so carpet's confirmed. Okay. I die, probably. Unless I have a card I don't think about. Let's ponder. The Bone Man is not enough right now. I think I'll shuffle. I don't want to reveal Spell Bomb, so I'm just gonna concede. Okay, so I think dazes get a lot better. Cut a couple fawns. Maybe I just need. Oh, I have Borrowers to bounce Murktide. That was my out. Maybe I cut one Bubble or Spell Bomb. Cut one Bobble. Okay, let's try this. Okay, on the play for game 3. Yeah, this seems solid. I can Thoughtseize a carpet. Easy keep. Ha! Literally Thoughtseize the carpet. Oh shit, he has a Wasteland. Okay, well, let's hope that doesn't come back to bite us. No. Anyway, I don't want to text it yet. If I draw a land, I'll be fine. Well, that sucks. Oh man. Okay, he just blew up another wasteland, my wasteland. So that is rough. I will play wasteland. Oh man. Okay, so I have a wasteland for something. Eventually I will draw land. I know about Delta being played now. What's happening? Surveilling. Oh no. Get out of here. Oh, that's a fresh land. Okay, well that's not good. Triumph. Misty has been played. Land. Oh my god. We're so in this. Let's get those threats on. What's he fetching for? For all the colors of the rainbow. No black. Brainstorm. I eventually use the spell bomb. It's gonna be one hell of a bomb. Like kablooey. Okay. Hey, drew land. That's really good. Do I blow the... Let's brainstorm first. Okay. Found a Tameo. Land and then bobble and put like Tammy on top. I will attack. I'll try to flip Tameo next turn. Okay, well that's happening. Care a lot more about Tameo, I think. Okay, so now upkeep. Let's look at his top. It's a UC, okay. Okay, I'm gonna fetch now. Okay, Tammy. Let's do this. Oh, that's rude. Okay. Well, the hand's still pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna stifle this trigger. That. Ah, Not another one. This is my only threat. I've got to do this. Oh no. I don't like this at all. But Tamia will draw me a card every time she attacks, so I think I have to fight this battle. And he forced back. Okay. It's all up to Anurag now. Anurag has cast a brainstorm. Brainstorm has finished. No! Rude. Okay. Hey, you like that? Froggy. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Oh, he can just Mystic Sanctuary. Fucking a plow, huh? Let's see, he has better options already. That's scary. What's happening? And now he's doing it main phase. Okay, so he's got a plow on top. And a Yorion in hand. I'm gonna make him eat some graveyard to block me. Gonna block me, bro? R, huh? Oh. My island is worse than your Yorion, so let's see if we do this. Okay, the frogs have bounced off of each other, except now Anurag draws a plow. So I'm in trouble. There's very little I'll be able to do now. He's already got a plow in hand. The bare minimum, I've got to beat a plow, which I can't. Yeah. And a wasteland. 3 wastelands. Well, that's not a good draw. Okay. Of course, okay. Now I'm probably dead. I mean, I was probably dead before this, but now I'm extra dead. I just have to get really lucky, and Anurag has to draw like straight up nothing always for the rest of the game, which is not good because the deck is full of stuff. Okay. So I will surveil on Anurag's end step and try to find something good. Don't know what qualifies as good. Yeah, I mean, it's as good as anything else, right? Frog. Okay, well, assume it gets plowed or something now. Oh, okay. Anurag's playing with his food, it feels like. Okay. Why did you need to fetch, Anu? What are you doing? Uro? Like Uro, flashback Uro kind of stuff? Oh, just discard and then escape Uro. Yeah. You don't have all 7 lands. I guess that's how you have to do it, huh? Okay, and the dress down's gonna seal it because I can't. Oh, there's the days. Right on time. Yeah, I'm just talking to Anurag about how good the Bone Man has been. Gonna hype Bone Man for the YouTube video, but top 4 performance, I'm gonna daze this for fun, I suppose. I think I'm dead regardless. GG, Anurag. Good luck in the finals. Okay, sorry it got kind of quiet there towards the end. In my defense, it's 2 a.m. Let's talk deck. I had to restart Moto because it was lagging a bunch. Here we are, blue-black tempo. Yeah, this deck was great. Bone Man was fantastic. Yeah, Thoughtseize was okay. Pretty happy with the deck configuration overall. I think I just lost to a better player on a really good deck at the end. I think I've proven I could beat everything else. I redeemed myself on my other loss, so the one in the Swiss, the Grixis Delver. I beat that player and beat another Grixis Delver as well. So yeah, really happy with how this deck performed. Got a top 4 finish for my troubles, and hope you enjoyed the video. And as always, I will see you next Monday. Bye-bye.